And welcome back. Thank you for standing by, my friends. Four stars. Here we go. Loop 4, let's go. I can't believe this is a 5-loop game. Let's see. Who are we up to? Angel Cake. Thank you for the palms, cows. So we'll probably do loop 4, and then we'll probably quit, and we'll save loop 5 for next time we pick this up. Probably in June. Sorry I'm talking over the story, but we've seen it a few times. Hey, Chozo, thank you for the 10 stream streak. Weird how this just popped up. Sometimes my watch streak thing, I've noticed, like, goes up right away, and sometimes I have to watch for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It's very inconsistent with how it updates. Did you ever get a new PB in Jump King? I don't think so. I think my PB is still the Halted Ruins, the place with all the waterfalls with the slowdown mechanic. I haven't played Jump King in a couple nights, though, so it's been a little while. We'll probably do Jump King tomorrow. A DLC is no joke. Yeah, it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while before I beat it, but we'll keep working on it. Jump King's not going anywhere. But I expect to start tomorrow night's stream with Jump King. Probably Friday, too. Probably open tomorrow night and Friday night with Jump King. And I don't know what we're going to do in the second half, though.
Good! You did it! In the future, try to find as many keys as possible.
Are you expecting to be with us tomorrow night, Cows, or do you go away tomorrow? Because I think you said something about Thursday, but I didn't know if that meant you were going to be here on Thursday, or or tonight was going to be your last night. Tonight is the last night for a while. I might hold off on 50 video games included then, since you're such a champion of that collection. I might wait until after you return to pick that one up again. I appreciate it. I can't always, you know, I can't necessarily, like, you know, do our schedule based around who's here and who's not, but in the case of 50 video games included, I think that I can do that. I'm gonna lose it if I see another ad, Chozo says. I wish I could help you, Chozo. I wish I had some control over that. If I could make them go away, I would. Well, thank you for the resub, Chozo. Thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate the support. I'm sorry that you were bullied into it by ads. I helped myself. It's okay. But I'm very grateful for it. Thank you, Chozo. Hang on, I'm doing this wrong. We're supposed to use this. Oh, so watch. When we use the watering can, it grows a plant. I know this is lollipops, but for every other character, it grows a plant. But look, one of the platforms, this platform moves. This is the only character that grows a platform that moves. So, like I said earlier tonight that the characters are just aesthetic differences, and that's pretty much true, is that they're all supposed to just be aesthetic differences and not mechanical differences. But for some reason, this one has a mechanical difference in that the moving platform. That's useful. It's not super useful. It is useful, but it's not as useful as it might seem. And the thing is, like, this is the last character that we unlock, if I remember right. So, like, they didn't even include it as, like, an easy mode option. Or if they did, they put it in way too late to be practical. That's the only example I can think of where there's a mechanical difference between any of the characters, though. Is this one has a moving platform. I knew there was one. I knew there was one that was different, but I couldn't remember which one and why until we rediscovered it just now. You earned the upgrade. Okay. Yeah, that might be the right way to look at it. I don't mind ads. Your channel isn't that bad. Some channels play them constantly. Yeah. Yeah, some people go really heavy on the ads, and it's a shame. Like, there's some channels that I really like that go kind of heavy on the ads, and so when that happens, like when I find I'm getting hit with ads really heavily, I just tune out, usually. I don't. You know, just like here, I don't want people to be bullied into subbing to the channel by too many ads. And I don't respond that way to ads myself. Like, if I'm watching a channel, even if it's a channel I like, if there's too many ads, I tend to tune out. The channels, like, when I sub to channels, I like to do it to, like, you know, show my enthusiasm or gratitude or support. Not as a defense mechanism. Thank you, cows. Sounds like you're gonna finish this soon. Do you have the next game lined up? So I know we're doing Jump King the next couple nights. We're still working on Battletoads on the Genesis and Splatterhouse 2 on the Genesis. But next week, so my schedule is kind of random right now. It's hard for me to say exactly what I'm doing when I'm doing it at the moment, which I know isn't very useful. But those are some projects that are still going on. Yeah, because they're both hard games. That's why those are still ongoing. But next week, so next week is an event on the stream. At the end of May, we always celebrate Halloween on the stream. So next week we're going to be doing Halloween. We're going to play some spooky games, and I think what we're going to play next week is, well, these don't go together necessarily, but they're both sort of spooky. My plan is to fill next week with Addams Family games, and on Friday, so we'll just play different Addams Family games for most of the week, and then on Friday we're gonna play Friday the 13th on NES, which none of these games I've played before. They're all gonna be new to me, and I know Friday the 13th is gonna take me multiple sessions to beat, but we'll start it on Friday. Because I know that game is gonna be really hard to do blind. It's got a reputation. Addams Family by Ocean comes to mind. So I don't know exactly what games I have, but I've got a bunch of them. There's Fester's Quest, and yeah, I think there's this one called The Addams Family. There's Pugsley's Scavenger Hunt, and I've got them on a bunch of different platforms. There's NES games and Game Boy and Genesis and SNES. So just as many as I can get through. I don't know anything about these games. Like, I don't know how hard any of them are going to be, or how long, or... So, some of them might take more than one night, or there might be nights where we do multiple games in one night. We're just going to play it by ear. But that's going to be our theme next week, is Addams Family and Friday the 13th. Hey, Next, welcome in. We're back to this. We're on loop 4. We just started loop 4. So we're not gonna finish the whole game tonight, I don't expect. 'Cause 2 loops. I like one loop of this game takes like 3 or 4 hours. It's a long game. You can get through it faster. Like you could if you were just blazing through it, like not worrying about any of the collectibles, and if you knew where you were going, you could get through it faster, but that's not really the point. The point is to actually like play it somewhat thoroughly. So it takes about 3 or 4 hours to get through it. I don't know the exact lineup, Chozo. If there is a game called Addams Family on NES, then we've got it, though. I'll probably just go through them basically in release order.
Thanks. I love gifts. I have some seeds for you.
It might be too ambitious. It's probably too ambitious for just 1 week. But that's what I always do. I always pick way too many things to play. That's why all of our marathons, whenever we start a marathon project, it goes forever.
Thank you. It's very beautiful. That's for your kindness.
Sorry. We're probably about to enter a period where there's gonna be a lot of trash games on the stream again, though. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, yeah, thank you for the no spoilers. Yeah, because I wanna go into these knowing as little as possible. uh, May the jank be with you. Welcome in, Mets. Oh, but yeah, we've got those. So the Halloween games next week are gonna be very heavily jank, and once we get through those, I've got another set of games that I want to play in June. I've got another set of games I want to play at the start of June that I think are summertime appropriate. I think they'll be pretty short though, but I'm gonna keep those a secret. I'll tell you that they're horrible Wii shovelware though. So in June we're gonna be playing some Wii shovelware, and then I don't know what we'll do in July, but we always play jank games in July. So there's gonna be a lot of trash on the stream. There's gonna be a lot of trash on the stream for a little while. And by a little while, I mean a long while. The summer of jank is almost upon us. Yeah, for a little while. I was gonna say, Cal says. I mean, we'll still play good stuff too. There's still gonna be Jump King. I'm still gonna work on Battletoads, but you know. Those will be in the mix. Those will be in the mix with all the trash I want to play. Tests of courage for those warm festival nights. Ever played the Wonder Boy series? It's hard but fun. No, I haven't played any of those. I think I've seen there's at least one of them on the Switch, right? I haven't given them a go yet myself though. Switch has a lot of them. At this point, there's no reason to make up witty names for Frownie's jank adventures. We'd be better served coming up with fun names for when he's playing games with good controls. Oh no, that reminds me. Yeah, in July, I have to play Evel Knievel in July. The game that Dr. Evel Knievel was based on. I have to play the real Evel Knievel in July. I said I was gonna do that. It's a Game Boy Color game. Have to is such a strong statement, Cal says. It can't be as bad, right? It can't be. The real game can't be as bad as the ripoff, can it? Yeah. I'm already bargaining. I'm not even playing it yet, and I'm already bargaining. The final boss of one of the Wonder Boy games is insane. Hey, Schutzwolf, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Strawberry Shortcake. I had to give up at that boss. I spent hours and it broke my spirit, Chozo says. Oh no. Maybe I do want to try this game. Maybe the most difficult thing I've ever encountered in a game, Chompy says? Oh no. Oh no, I'm starting to get intrigued. There you are, Schutzwolf. Thank you for the raid. And welcome in. Happy we could catch you. Happy to have you here. I hope you had a great stream. Yeah, thank you, Chompy, for holding back on the spoilers for the Genesis. Wonder Boy in Monster World. Huh. The toughest boss I've ever fought in a video game has got to be Echo the Dolphin. The boss alone was bad enough, but having to repeat the stage to get back to him over and over again made it real awful. Have you ever played I Want to Be the Guy? It's free and supposed to be the most frustrating 8-bit game. I loved it in anger. I've never played it. I have heard of it. I'm somewhat familiar with its reputation. I knew of it because one of the characters, the main character from that, is an unlockable character in Super Meat Boy. The level to unlock the I Want to Be the guy was so rough in Super Meat Boy 2. It was so hard. So I would believe the game is tough. I haven't ever played it though. I'd pay to see you play that. Well, I'm not gonna make any promises about that. I'm not gonna make any promises about it. Does it have a console port though? Because I would need it to be on the Switch in order to play it. And I thought it was kind of like a I thought it was like a Flash game or something. Isn't it? Hasn't it been around for a long time? Only finished Monster Land and Monster World, Uncle Muscle says. Oh, did I say welcome in, Dr. Milkshake? Welcome in, Dr. Milkshake. Great to have you here. I feel like the Echo games are so weird, no one can agree if they're good or not. I've only played Echo the Dolphin. I've played it twice, and I'm of the opinion that it's terrible. Before I played it, I had a lot of people in the chat tell me, "Oh, you should play Echo the Dolphin. I remember that game from when I was a kid. It was great." And then I finally played it, and it's like, yeah, all right. So it's fascinatingly bizarre. It looks pretty good. Most of the music is great, but it's cryptic and it's janky, and a lot of the like physics feel broken, and it has some horrifically bad levels, and then the worst boss in the universe is at the end of the game. So it turned into a horrifying experience. And then I told some of those people who told me I should play Echo the Dolphin. I said, "Why did you lie to me? Why did you lie to me? That game was horrible." And they said, "Oh, well, I never beat it. I just had it as a kid, and I just liked it because of nostalgia." But I said, "What have you done to me?" uh, oh, it was horrible. It was horrible. Echo the Dolphin on the Genesis was like my #1 most hated game. So of course, when I found out there was a port on the Game Boy Advance, I had to play that one too. So I've actually been through the game twice. The original is horrible, and the GBA version is worse. But Dr. Evil Knievel has dethroned Echo the Dolphin as my most hated game. I hate Dr. Evil Knievel more than anything. Trying to make sure I catch up with the chat. I'm always after more games like that, but they're hard to find. Arcade games that are also action RPG-ish, Chompy says. It is kind of a Flash game. There's a new version. The original, that is The Legend, has been around for a while. You were here for Echo. Oh, thank you, Schutzwolf. Thank you again for the raid. And yeah, if you're heading out, have a wonderful night. Yeah, Dr. Evil Knievel is unbearable. I am amazed. Like, I don't know what made me play through that whole game. I don't know how I did it, because there were times where I would be stuck on a level for like 7 or 8 hours. I don't know why I kept playing it. Oh. I don't know how I found the strength to endure it, because it was miserable. Every minute of that game was pure misery. I should play Omicron? I don't think I know that game. Waz, welcome in. Thank you for the resub, Waz. Thank you for the 9 months. I hope you have been doing well. I feel like we haven't gotten to see you in a while. I hope everything is well on your end. Thank you for joining us. There was a key in a bush. I don't think we've seen that happen. We were told, one of the characters told us that keys could be hidden in bushes, but then right after that happened, there was a key behind a bush, but not one in a bush. let's grab another cloud.
A gift for me? Thank you very much. I have something for you, too.
I was stuck at the last boss in Echo the Dolphin for 21 hours. So, like, that's why that's the hardest. That's why that's on the top of my list for hardest boss. Is I was stuck on that. I was stuck in the machine for 21 hours. And then when I played it on the Game Boy Advance, but don't worry, when I played it on the Game Boy Advance, I improved my PB. The machine only took me 19 hours on the Game Boy Advance version. Oh, it's so awful. So the thing is, Echo the Dolphin on the GBA is screen crunched, like all GBA ports. It's terribly screen crunched. But the thing is, the machine, the last level of Echo the Dolphin is an auto-scrolling maze, and they did nothing. They changed nothing. They did nothing to account for the screen crunch. So there are parts of that maze where you have to swim off-screen around obstacles that never appear on screen because of the crunch. They're permanently. The camera never pans to show you them. So you have to swim off the screen and around obstacles that you never see to get through the last stage. It's so bad. I missed a key. I haven't come across anything worse in a game, I don't think. You'll get world record pace in no time. I hate console to handheld ports before the Switch, Jozo says. Yeah, I've not enjoyed GBA ports that I've played. The Echo port was really bad. I mean, that game's already bad to start with, so maybe that's not fair, but porting it to the GBA did make it worse. And Contra 3 on the Game Boy Advance, I didn't like that either. Again, though, I'm not a big fan of Contra 3. Contra 3 is just kind of alright to me, so that's probably another bad example, because I don't love the original game to begin with, but I don't like the port.
Great! You found the dreamboat. Raise the anchor, lower the jib, trim the mainsail, and stand by the mizzen mast.
My first experience with Mario Bros. 1 was the Game Boy Color version. I didn't play All-Stars until I found a copy used as a preteen, Chozo says. Oh, no. No. Game Boy Color. Mario Bros. Deluxe on the Game Boy Color is horrible. A lot of the games didn't translate well to SNES due to the weak CPU. The dolphin made me do it.
Ooh, the way to the land of dreams is full of obstacles. Oops, I forgot to tell you that it was possible to go
Run and gun, space shooters, sports games. A lot of them just didn't work well with the dev's vision kept intact. Whoop. I mean, my problems with Contra 3 on the Super NES, I don't feel like are performance related in any way. My problems with Contra 3 on the Super NES are gimmick related. I don't like how all the levels are gimmicky. There's only like 1 and 2 half levels that are like classic Contra run and gun, and everything else is some weird gimmick. Contra 3 feels like a kind of half-baked game for next gen back in the early 90s. If they had just put in like 2 more just traditional run and gun levels, I feel like it would have been fine. But as it is, stage 1 is run and gun, and then like half of stage 3 and half of the last stage, and like that's it, because stage 4 is all bikes and rockets. Stage 2 and 5 are mode 7 showcases. The other half of stage 3 is dangling from ladders and beams. So the other half of the last stage is boss rush. So like there's no run and gun. And that's what I want from a Contra game. Hardcore is way better. Contra Hardcore is way better. Lots of slowdown is what I mean, Chozo says. Yeah, there's quite a bit of slowdown in SNES games. It was a gift, I forget which birthday, but one birthday I got a Game Boy Color and Mario, so can't complain. I feel like the overall design of how some 8-bit series translated to 16-bit is weird in many cases. I only like Super C and Hardcore, though I can't beat them. They, however, are the most fun to me. I like both of those. Super C is my favorite. Super C is my favorite Contra game of all of them I've played so far. Which is only like the first like third of the series, half of the series. I got a lot of Contra left to do.
Here you are. Let's go to Dreamtown now. Let's go.
Back. Nice. I'm hearing parts of the music here that I've never noticed before, and enjoying it. Wait. Oh, we're gonna be waiting a while. Third spot. Let's go. No, I'm out of magic. Huh, I'm not really sure what to do about that cookie. I'm out of magic again? Okay, that's all the obstacles out of our way. No. Oh, you just fall through them. No. Hey, Tip, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing all right. This game is a long journey, and it had me really frustrated earlier. So, there may be some rough times ahead of us yet tonight, but we're doing okay. Hopefully all is well on your end. No, I can't. Hang on, maybe I can. Let's go back up there. I actually got soft locked. I actually got soft locked in this game earlier tonight, for those who weren't here. The final stage on loop 3 was so janky that I ended up breaking it. I had to restart. I was really close to the end of the stage. I had to restart and do everything all over again. Oh, it was agony. It's not bad enough that I already have to loop through this game 5 times, but then the game breaks, so I have to repeat portions within loops. That's as bad as it gets, right? Got soft locked in a game recently. All I did was go to the end of the level, but because I missed one thing, I couldn't complete it, and there was no way to go back. Yeah, I got basically I got locked in a situation where I was stuck behind an impassable obstacle, and this... It's hard to explain. But there's an obstacle and there's a switch to turn it off. And you hit the switch, the obstacle turns off, you go through, but then you hit another thing that sets you back, but on a different track. And that obstacle's not supposed to reset, but I messed it up and reset it, and so then I couldn't get back. So then that obstacle was in my way again, but because I was on a separate track, I couldn't get over to where the switch was to turn it off again. And so I was just stuck. I know that explanation is clear as mud, but it wasn't as much of my fault as it sounds like it was. But you'll just have to decide whether you want to trust me on that. Another raid! Welcome in! Welcome in, raiders. Welcome to Strawberry Shortcake. Loop 4. Bestiary, thank you for the raid. Bot says you were playing Plate Up tonight. Do I know what that is? I don't know if I actually know that game. But I hope you had a fantastic stream. Read you loud and clear. Yeah, that was it was a gross, annoying soft lock. But it's behind us now. This game, for the most part, this game isn't really bad. It's just just rough around the edges and tedious. That's really all it is. When I grow this plant, I know that's a lemon in the background, but it looks like an olive to me. Olives and lemons don't grow on the same branches, right? They don't grow on the same tree, right? This isn't even a tree. Look at it. Like, lemons grow on trees, right? And olives grow on trees. But this is like a beanstalk. I don't know what's going on. Do lemon trees have flowers, too? I don't think I've ever seen a lemon tree. I know you can make some pretty wild citrus hybrids, but I don't think you can make citrus and olive. Yes, really nice smelling little white ones. Oh yeah, that's right. You have lemon trees. I'm over here speculating, and I've got an expert. We've got an expert with us. What a lot of these publishers did was sign lots of contracts with companies to use their IP, and then hope one of them makes it big to pay off the licenses for all the others. Usually it works. Though 2010 onward, most of these companies just went bust. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea how well this game would have sold. Probably not very well. But it's not a terribly, like, incompetently made game. That noise that it makes. So that noise happens when you try to use your magic and there's nothing nearby to use it on. It sounds kind of like Bowser's laugh in Mario 64. That's what it reminds me of. It seems weird. In a way, it almost seems kind of weird to like in this era of games to take a gamble on making a low effort licensed game because like I mean I feel like by this time like most people were pretty well aware that licensed games were mostly trash, right? So it just it almost seems better like to put out a cheap game with original assets that like because like here's the thing like you think that when someone's shopping it's like they see like a licensed game or they see something that they have no idea what it is because it's unique because it's made of unique assets. Like you would think that it'd be like the thought process is like, well, licensed games are usually garbage, so if I'm going to take a gamble, why not go with this thing that I don't know? Like that might have the higher probability of not being trash. My first reaction hearing licensed game is assuming it's going to be shovelware garbage. But honestly, this isn't that bad compared to some of the stuff I've seen. Yeah, this isn't this is not awful. Not at all.
Crystals in order to see the giant rainbow again. Be careful. The crystals seem to be surrounded by strange clouds. You better not touch them.
You've got to be out of your mind to play it 5 times, though. EpiPen, welcome in. Top of the morning. Top of the morning. It's the, I guess it is. Technically. It's like almost 2 a.m. for me. Oh wow, we had a big, beautiful full moon tonight. It was when I was outside earlier, before the stream. Saw the moon coming up. It was excellent. Totally give up on the animal wall. We're done with animal welfare now. I may go back to it again, but I need a break from it. I'm out of stuff. I'm out of ideas. I'm really stuck in it. So I probably shouldn't stay away from it for too long, but there's other stuff I want to do, so we're putting it down for now. For an indeterminate amount of time. But I will likely take at least one more look at it down the road. How many loops left? This is loop 4. We have to complete 5 loops. We're not gonna do both 4 and 5 tonight. I think we'll probably end the stream after loop 4, and we'll do loop 5 next time I pick this up. This game here has been a long-term project too. I played this once in January and once I think in March. This is night 3 with this game. But I haven't been playing it regularly.
This is great. You did it.
We played this as part of we did a marathon of Strawberry Shortcake games in January. And we beat this on night 1. We got credits, but I also discovered that it has 4 extra difficulty loops. And so we moved on from it, but I promised I would come back to it and finish all the loops. And so we worked on it again in March, and now we're doing it again tonight, and then there'll probably be a 4th night in another month or 2. I can't believe you're so hardcore strawberry shortcake that you have an avatar for it. I've got a lot of avatars, a lot of goofy ones. Basically, I have just whatever my wife has the time to draw for me. Anything that we're gonna play for a long time on the stream, she's usually able to find the time to make me one. Although we still don't have a Jump King. We still don't have a Jump King artwork yet. Yeah, she has to make decisions about which ones to draw.
You did it! Now, go quickly through the rainbow and find the giant butterflies. You'll need their help to reach the Dream Factory.
Most of the worst licensed games I can think of are like the LJN NES games or obnoxious mobile games that practically force you to buy tokens or whatever. Yeah, mobile games just aren't on my radar at all. Mobile games don't really exist in my universe. I like to think the more wonderfully dubious the game is, the higher priority it is for Jelly to make art of it. You might be onto something, Cows. You might have noticed something. Which character do we just play as? Ginger Snap.
You'll find the giant butterflies on the top of the mountain. You'll need their help to reach the Dream Factory.
Remember a few years ago when everyone was saying that consoles would inevitably die with the rise of mobile gaming, Chompy says? Yeah, I haven't found a mobile game that I like yet. I don't go looking for them either, though. That's not true. I liked, there's a word game that I like. I think it's called Bookworm. I used to play that on my iPod Touch. I think that's what I had that on. There's good games on any platform. I don't doubt that there are good mobile games, but I'm not real big into my phone either. Like a lot of people really love having like a super fancy phone that can do all kinds of like crazy stuff, and not me. I mean, I ran around with a Nokia brick way longer than you would think was possible. Bookworm. I think there's a DS version of that. Saw it pop up in retro achievements a while back. I wonder if it's the same as the iPhone game you mentioned. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is, Mets. I think I have the DS version too. One of the coolest games I found in a while was last year. It's a typing adventure game. You steer around with home row and navigate caverns and maps and have to type words to kill enemies and unlock secrets and chests. Oh, that's interesting. My favorite typing teacher remains the typing of the dead. But that sounds like that could be pretty cool. I might actually would play that as well. There's no good games on the Magnavox Odyssey. What about the light gun game? Is the light gun game any good? I feel like that might have a chance. Phone games these days are just games unless you play the stuff for older people like Candy Crush. My impression of phone games are like the ones that are like that are just the ones that you see in ads. Like
This is wonderful. Thank you. I have something for you too.
like the one where there's the guy and he's like standing there and there's like some keys stuck into the environment. And you pull out the key and like a bunch of gold falls down and he's like, yes. And then they pull out the key that the lava falls down and it melts all the gold. And he goes, no.
Let's go.
That one that you see at ads all the time. Like that's my impression of that's all I think of when I think of mobile games. What is that game? Just started back up on Clash of Clans. Don't know that one. Not sure. I'm no expert on at all on the Odyssey. Just playing games that work with the emulator. Think it's Odyssey 2. Couldn't tell you for sure. The OG where it had packing games that were like board games. Yeah, I don't know much about the Odyssey. What is this? Is that invincibility? It is. That might be the only place that item shows up in the whole game. Bullet Hell Monday is a great mobile game. Into many room puzzle games, 99 Rooms or Da Vinci's Secret, which are kind of like puzzle box / escape rooms. You know what? My wife would really like those, I bet. Jelly likes escape room type stuff. She likes going to escape rooms. For a while we were for a while, we were downloading cheap shovelware escape room games on the Switch and playing those together. Does the CDI have a good game? I would love to. I would love to play through those CDI Zelda games, but original hardware for that is prohibitively expensive. Yeah, I might I might have those. I might have those remasters. They don't do me any good on the PC though, because I don't stream PC games. Not yet anyway. Maybe someday. That might be the way we end up playing them someday. I get those bonus dollars for doing Google Opinion Awards on my phone, and they expire, so I have to buy stuff with them or lose them, so I spend them on games like Puzzle Box and escape games. Yeah, those could probably be pretty fun. I could see having fun with those kind of things. Ah! I play a mobile game pretty zealously, but it's more of a visual novel with gotcha elements than it is a game, Cow says. Me and my old lady play some cheap shovelware escape room games on PC, EpiPen says. Yeah. So same idea. We were just playing them on the Switch. We haven't made a night for it in a while. It's been tough to have the time for it, but it's a good time when we can. The music was definitely better than expected. There's a really good one called This Is Not a Game, even though it totally is. Link Ace Attorney. Yeah, one of my coworkers used to refer to her husband as her old man. So I'm familiar with the convention. This segment of the level looks shockingly busy. Ever do another PC, chances are the one you use to stream now could do basic emulation up to the N64/PS1 with ease, including PC games. Yeah, so that's probably what will happen if I get another computer, is that the laptop that I'm streaming from now will become a gaming device, and I'll use it for PC games on the stream. Because I'll do video out onto my TV and I'll split it and capture it. I know how I'll run the setup. I think. I say that, but every time I think I know how a setup is gonna work, it turns out being more complicated than I anticipate. But I think I know how I'll do it. But it's just a thing. It's like I don't need it, so I'm all right not having it for the time being. Because, like, really, like, being able to play PC games, like, sure, and on the one hand, sure, it would be nice. On the other hand, it just makes my decision-making process for what I'm going to play next that much more complicated. There is stuff on the PC that I do actively want to play, like Pizza Tower. I've never gotten to play that, so like that would be fun. There's lots of other stuff, but just making conversation. We'll get there. We'll get there someday. Someday I'll have. Someday I'll buy some more tech. There's lots of Flash type games as well you would enjoy. Cat Mario is gonna be your jam. I know you'll fall in love with it. So much screaming in this game. Oh yeah, yeah. Some of the Dora the Explorer games that we played, yeah, were like that too. Except the like Dora's voice acting for when she the noises she made when she jumped always sounded like she was taking damage. Sounded like jumping was physically painful in the Dora games. Someone made a horribly jank platformer that is made horrible on purpose. Though Mario's drawn like a cat, it's very well made. It's like a tribute to bad 2D platformers back in the day. It does sound like my kind of game.
Let's go.
Yeah, there's basically no education in the Dora games. I mean, I've never seen the Dora show, so I don't know how educational the show is to begin with. But the games were not educational at all, pretty much. I don't think I learned anything. Came down here too early, I think. Show is more educational when it comes to math and morals. The only educational thing is math in the show. You're meant to learn some Spanish, or maybe Spanish-speaking people are meant to float between Spanish and English. Yeah, I remember one of the Game Boy Advance games had a lot of Spanish in it, but it didn't teach you any Spanish. It just expected you to know it already. Very good show for smaller children. My sister was obsessed with it, Chozo says. I don't know what... I don't think I watched a lot of educational programming when I was a kid. I think Sesame Street may have been close to the extent of my educational television. Well, Sesame Street... I watched The Ghost of Fafner Hall. That was that's like musical education. If you've never seen The Ghost of Fafner Hall, it's like a puppet, like, kids educational show. It has some of the ugliest puppets I've ever seen. The puppets in that show are not handsome. Dora fan club win. I was always a fan of Wishbone. That's educational for literature for the most part. Yeah. I watched. I didn't see Wishbone, but speaking of literature, I know I watched a little bit of Reading Rainbow at some point. And Ghostwriter. I used to watch that. That was educational. Kind of. Uncle Jordy reading to us every day. Wishbone's pretty good. I was too old for it, but watched a lot of it anyway, because we didn't have cable. Yeah, I knew what Wishbone was, but I don't know if I've ever seen an episode of it. If you get this reference, I don't think I get that reference. Not in text, anyway. I really liked Ghostwriter though when I was a kid. I remember Gooey Gus was a very memorable part of Ghostwriter. He's a character my sister and I will reference when we're hanging out. I might not have seen that deep into the series. I might have not been watching it anymore by that point. I remember Thabto and I remember Gooey Gus. I remember those villains. I remember those names, but nothing about them. The Gooey Gus season was a really, fantastical season. Gooey Gus is the name of, a purple toy that, came to life and, I don't know, murdered the kids. But, that was, the whole point of the season was it was all a dream, because that whole season of the show, I think, is a piece of within the show is a piece of fiction that one of the characters is writing. Is the ultimate reveal. That's dark, though. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're actually being murdered. But I don't. Something like they were being taken out of commission somehow. They might have been like just be like encased, like frozen in like gunk or whatever. I don't know. I haven't seen it since I was a kid. Thabto is a gang of ne'er-do-wells who wear masks on the back of their head. And their name is an abbreviation for two heads are better than one. Probably turned into toys or whatever shows like that often do. I tried to find and download it a while ago, but failed to get much, if any of it. Tuesday, you've done it. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Thank you very much for the 100 stream streak. You're the second person to make 100 streams in a row Tuesday. Thank you very much. And happy Tuesday to you if I didn't say. You're the first person to officially do it. You're the first person to actually redeem 100 streams. Zergling did attend 100 streams, but somehow got robbed by having his stream count reset at 97. A 100 streams and they've all been worth it. Thank you, Tuesday. You're way too kind. I can hardly believe they've all been worth it. 100 Tuesdays? That's almost a year, Cow says. I don't really know what anyone else's standings are. I think Greg was on track to be the third person to hit 100, but Greg's stream count got reset too. Oh wait, I think his got reset and then didn't. And then I think his got reset and then came back. I don't know. It's everything. All this stuff is so buggy. But I'm very grateful, Tuesday, that you've that you stuck in there and made it all the way to 100. That's fantastic. What I really, so we were talking about educational shows. What I really loved as a kid, it's not an educational show, so I didn't mention it, but what I really loved as a kid was Fraggle Rock. My grandfather would record that onto VHS tapes for me when I was a kid. I didn't have a ton of episodes, but the ones I did have, I watched basically till I wore the tapes out. They rebooted them in 2019. I think they're on season 3 now. That I haven't kept up with. I'd rewatch the original sometimes. I'd rewatch the originals at some point. I don't know if I'd bother with the reboot. I shouldn't be surprised. Everything gets rebooted. I wouldn't mind a montage of Uncle Traveling Matt stories. I don't think that reboots are necessarily inherently bad, but it does seem like the overwhelming majority of them are, and it's just fatiguing. It's just fatiguing having everything get rebooted all the time. People want to experience their favorite things with their kids, but you see, the thing is, if someone is nostalgic for something and wants to share it with their kids, don't they want to share the version they're nostalgic for? What good does a reboot do that class of people? It's like, here's a version you're not nostalgic for that you're probably going to consider to be vastly inferior. Like, how is that product then appealing? That's why they had It Happy Meal toys. Wait a moment. Was It not a children's movie? I feel like I watched that when I was a kid. Hey Persephone, welcome in. Reboots don't hurt anyone or anything. People can ignore them. The old ones are there for you to enjoy. Well, I'm not arguing that they shouldn't be made. They are, by and large, disinteresting to me, though. So I am one of the people who would ignore them. DuckTales came back strong. Trying to think of anything else. I don't know. I'm so little invested in like modern like film and television that a lot of times like I don't even know what things exist, much less what their quality is. So I run largely off secondhand information, but I don't hear a lot of good things, I feel. No, that's true. People are 10 times more likely to complain about something than share praise. Uh, Michael Bay continued to destroy my childhood over and over, EpiPen says. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen any of his stuff. But I mean, I wasn't attached to... He did the Transformers movies, right? I wasn't attached to... I was never attached to Transformers in the first place. Turtles I liked as a kid. I haven't seen his Turtles movies, though. He could have made them good with some good advisors and writers and a better musical score.
Whoa, my goodness! This factory is gigantic! I hope you'll find the engine room.
He definitely tapped into some good ideas, like bringing Bebop and Rocksteady and Krang in. But he didn't stick the landing. The cartoon that Seth Rogen did last year wasn't bad. I forgot that that was even a thing. I do recall someone mentioning it in the chat, now that you bring it up, but I don't think I would have remembered that existed otherwise. Oh my goodness. I've never flown with such altitude before. There's really no point to being up there, but it was cool that we could be. You could tell it was made by somebody who loved it. It was more of a passion project than a money grab. There have been a lot of iterations of the Turtles, but I struggle to be, you know, I was a big fan of the Ninja Turtles when I was a kid. I struggle to be interested in anything created since then. Am I supposed to fly across here too?
Thanks. I love gifts. I have some seeds for you.
We're almost caught up to where we were when we started the night, like to where we were in loop 3. But we didn't start at the beginning of loop 3, we started, well, basically in the middle. Oh my goodness, why is this so difficult? Got this. I think after this level is the final boss. This is going to be a long level, though, as I recall.
Great! Thank you! Please take some seeds in return.
Oh, actually, I think there's 2 levels in this style, because after this level, we're going to find the baking machine that is, like, the final boss, like the dream machine. But I think we have to play another level before we can activate it. That was weird. Is that how those obstacles always work? I didn't know these vines grew back like that. This is probably a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. There was something over there.
Thank you. It's very beautiful. That's for your kindness.
Alright. So yeah, see, the gears are missing. So we have to do another level to get the gears. We're gonna hit 10,000 coins soon.
Find enough keys to open the door. I'm sure the keys have been hidden in the level.
Ghost Rider 92 is available on YouTube entirely for free. Well, I wanted to say, well, I know what I'm doing this weekend, but there's no way I'm going to sit down and watch all that. I couldn't even finish the joke. People keep giving me stubs to streams I don't remember watching. I used to have that. There actually is an option to turn off gift subs to streams you don't follow. I didn't know about that, but someone mentioned it to me in the chat one night. I used to have that happen a lot because well, I mean, I don't think they're gifted I just don't understand. They might not be gifted if if it's not a community you're active in. They're probably not gifted intentionally to you. They're just gifted to a random member of the community. So like anyone who has been in the chat recently could receive it. But yeah, I turned them off because I didn't, I figured if someone's giving out gift subs, I would rather them go to an active member of the streamer's community than to me. It's wasted if they land on me. I'd rather it go to someone who's at that stream regularly. But I get them a lot because I use my, I leave the, whoever we raid at the end of the night, I typically pull their stream up on my laptop and on my tablet, and then I walk away with the stream on my tablet, and I just leave my laptop running all night. So eventually they raid someone, and that person raids someone, and that person raids someone. And by the time I come back down to my laptop the next night, I've been through like 5 or 6 streams, and most of them, at least 5 or 6 streams, and most of them are ones that I have never even heard of before. So yeah, I used to get a lot of subs to streams I never actually watched, too. Does it force a follow if you're gifted a sub? Does it? I don't think that's been my experience. Maybe. I feel like I would see more streams that I don't recognize in my follow list if that were the case. I don't know. I've had that off for a while, so. Was that key always there? Wait a moment. Where'd that key come from? Oh, the button released it. Okay. Never mind. It makes sense. If you pause a streamer and they raid someone you know, it starts playing the new stream? I don't think I knew that. My return to watching Twitch correlated largely with watching this channel. I hadn't logged in much in years. Well, I'm glad that when you returned, you found us in the vast ocean of available streams. Now, I was above that. I was safely up to... That tornado is bogus. I was above the tornado and perfectly safe for, like, the whole stretch, and then at the very end, it decided that I shouldn't be safe anymore. There's a fly down here. Not in the game, in my basement. A fly just landed on my television. Where did he come from? Dr. Evil Knievel is hilarious. Oh, Dr. Evil Knievel is a nightmare. That's what made it hilarious. I mean, I wasn't arguing. That's my reaction every time I remember it. The pain is always fresh. Go away, tornado. Go away. Stop chasing me. I have to go back because I missed that key. That was the last one? Enjoying something isn't always easily explained, but I do like the vibe here. Thank you, EpiPen. Okay. We got it.
Great! Terrific! You have repaired the engine! A dream can be built now. Get ready!
We're at 4.5 hours. We actually, we finished Loop 3, but we didn't start at the beginning of Loop 3. We still haven't completed a loop of the game yet tonight.
But be careful!
we haven't reached the point in loop 4 that is as far as we were along at this in loop 3 when we started the night. Oh, that's interesting. When you catch a when you catch a nightmare, storm cloud, it makes your requirement go back up. That's interesting. I didn't know it did that. And it looks like it makes it go back up by at least 2. How many? Let's see how many it goes up by. It goes up by at least 4. Maybe it just resets 100%. I don't know. I'm gonna keep grabbing them because I want to do this science. I want to know how much progress is, like, the maximum amount of progress that can be lost. Catch this one. 13. So it goes up by 4. Okay. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't remember it punishing us on the previous loops for bad catches, but I guess I wasn't paying attention. Or I just didn't make any bad catches. Maybe I was a better player back then. Are we punished for missed goodies, too? No. Those are some bad catches. Those shouldn't have counted. You don't actually have to catch the thing. It's just bumping into it is fine, too. That's silly. One to go. Let's go.
Oh, it's almost bedtime. It's time to leave this place quickly.
I don't know if we've ever had... I don't know if we've ever had the same character that we were playing be the one that pops up and gives a piece of dialogue like that. It's always one of the other characters. $4.5 makes me think she's strawberry long cake, Cow says. Well done. I was actually tempted. I was gonna title my stream or something like that because of how long this game is. So it's finally now at this point we've now completed a loop tonight. This game is 4.5 hours long. I very much take the same approach to my job as you do to gaming. I'll just beat my head against it over and over until I figure it out. I don't think I'm generally smarter than other people at what I do. I just won't quit when a lot of people would have. Yep, that's I can very much relate to that. I very much relate to that. The success uh, through a bottomless well of persistence.
It's time to leave the factory now. If only we had a car. We could get out of here quickly.
Yeah, this is the level we started the night on. Things actually are actually like looking specifically familiar to me now. Oh, I found a new plug and play at the thrift shop the other day, but unfortunately, I think it's actually a high quality plug and play. It's a I don't know what it's a Super Pac-Man. There's probably additional games on it as well, but I found a Super Pac-Man plug and play. It's maybe the only plug and play in my collection that's probably not complete trash. Other than 50 video games included, of course. No, the high quality plug and plays are the only ones that exist. High quality, we don't do that here. Sark, welcome in. You're pretty well acquainted with dubious quality yourself, my friend. I saw more than enough of that Penguin game playthrough to know. What is, if I may ask, what have you moved on to? What's the current project? It was tolerable, but that set made it so much worse. Nothing like a retro achievement set to make a tolerable game an unbearable nightmare. Haven't started the next one, but it'll be Linkle Liver Story? Another Saturn game? I am so unfamiliar with the Saturn's library. I've been playing this game for 4.5 hours tonight, and I just got back to the point where I started the game. I finally made a loop, because when we started, we were in the middle of loop 3 at the start of the night, and we're on loop 4 now. But I finally caught up on loop 4 to where we started on loop 3. So a loop of this game takes me 4.5 hours. And so I've got 2 more hours of loop 4 to go, and then I've got 4.5 hours of loop 5. I've got like, well, round up. I've got about 7 more hours of Strawberry Shortcake ahead of me. And I've been playing, how long does that mean I've been playing this? 8, 12, 13. I've been playing it like 15 hours already, I guess. So I'm looping this game because it has 5 loops. It has 5 difficulties, but the difficulty only increments when you hit credits. It goes up a notch. So we're currently on difficulty 4. I've got to play through it. After this, I'll unlock difficulty 5, which should be the final difficulty. And then when I beat that, I'll be done. So. And the thing is, there's really, like, it says, it considers it a difficulty level. The like count, but like it's labeled difficulty. But the thing is, you can't die in this game. There are no lives, there's no damage, there's no game over. So like there really is no difficulty. Like difficulty times 1 or difficulty times 5 are the same when difficulty is actually 0. So I don't really know what I'm doing. The game does change on each loop. Difficulty is not really the right word, though. It's more like complexity. On the second loop, so when you roll over into a new loop, you keep all of your items from the previous playthrough. And the second loop does have you use late game items at the beginning of the game on the second loop, so the game does change. But it's so minor. But I've got to do it because it's there. I can't just leave it undone. Oh, I don't know if you're still there, Sark. I don't know if you know. I hit a new PB in Jump King. I made it up to the halted tower. I don't remember if you've been here for that or not. The place where all the water, with all the frozen waterfalls that have the weird slowdown effect. I've made it up there. I've made it up to that region like on 6 different occasions, but I keep falling back down to the cats. But I saw something new, and I've been able to repeatedly make it up there. I'm sure you had fun there. It's actually not really that bad. It's just that, like, most of the jumps there aren't really that terrible. It's just that when I miss one, it's catastrophic. Like, the jumps are easier to make in that area than they are in the cat tower. Or the phantom tower below. So, like, or, you know, above the cats, but below the halted ruin. So, it's not... I'd rather spend more time there than either of those other 2 places. Thank you for the GG. Thank you. I thought the Phantom Tower was way too soon to be the end of the game. And they did try their best. They did try their best for you know, to get me with the fake out, with the imitating the end of the other games with the bird up there. I knew well enough to be suspicious of it, though, so they didn't get my hopes up like as much as they thought they would. I'm closing in on 60 hours of the playthrough for Ghost of the Babe, so... Oh no, wrong one, wrong one! I wouldn't have thought it possible that the Ghost of the Babe playthrough could take longer than my original playthrough, since my original playthrough was since I did New Babe Plus first, and it took me 93 hours. I wouldn't have thought it was possible for Ghost of the Babe to take longer after I did so bad at New Babe Plus, but I'm now at the point where I'm not so sure anymore. I think Ghost of the Babe is probably gonna be the longer playthrough. This platforming is intense. Ghost of the Babe was far worse for me. It's the playthrough itself is actually better for me because like my spirits are a lot higher in this playthrough. I'm a lot like I have a lot of confidence that I didn't have in the New Babe Plus playthrough. I have my spirits are kept real high. So like the playthrough is more enjoyable, but it is, I think, gonna take longer. Because so much of the New Babe Plus playthrough is just depressing. I was in full despair mode for hours and hours. This is the most difficult platforming I've ever dealt with. There we go. All I had to do is give it its proper respect. Nato, welcome in. Nato, I have to tell you, don't take this the wrong way. I was kind of hoping you weren't going to show up in my stream tonight. Because I was hoping that I was going to catch you live so I could show up at your stream and tell you congratulations. I'm proud of you, my son. I watched your VOD and it was amazing. Our friend Nato has just completed Super Ghouls and Ghost for the first time. A true, legitimate, true ending playthrough. Full game, start to finish, one sitting, no cheating, no save states, no rewinds. A heroic accomplishment. It was really tough. That was fun to watch. I wish I could have been there, but I'm glad I got to check it out in the VOD at least. I'm amazed you're still in high spirits, to be honest, Sark says. About Jump King. Well, I mean, I'm just holding on. I'm just after I hit credits twice, like that put the wind in my sails, and I can hold on to that happy thought for a while now. Since I know I've reached the top twice. Like I now know that, because on the first playthrough, there was no guarantee I was ever going to reach the top. There was no guarantee there even was a top. There were times where I suspected the game was like, what's the word called? There were times where I thought the game was just generating more game as I climbed, just to keep me going forever. I never really thought that, but it felt like that, you know. But now that I've like, since I've beaten it a couple times, I have that to like carry me through the darkness. It's not always easy. Like, I'm not always happy. It's like, I guess what I'm about to say, like, when I say I'm in high spirits, I don't mean I'm always happy, but I'm always confident. I know I'm eventually going to succeed. I had several rage quit moments where I ended after like 2 hours, and several streams where drinking was involved. The second to last boss was hard. Oh yeah. The last boss, Nado, the last boss of Super Ghouls and Ghosts is the red and green guy. That big guy at the end, that's not the last boss. That's the victory lap. That guy's a chump. Once you once that green guy goes up in flames, you've won. It's over. It's over. So Sardius is the last guy. The big guy. He's a victory lap. Still need to fire up Jump King sometime. Oh. I shouldn't say that I hope you do, Nado, because it's really evil to hope that someone to hope that another person plays Jump King, but it'll be fun to watch. I know you can do it. If I can do it, if I can make it to the top of Jump King, anyone can make it to the top. I know you can do it. And you'll definitely, if you don't make the same mistake that I did, then, which why would you? You'll definitely do it way faster than I did too. But it won't be easy. Infinite monkeys typing on infinite keyboards, that's what it's gonna take. That's what it's gonna take for me to beat Jump King. For me to beat the Ghost of the Babe. The victory lap. I was still super nervous though. Well, I mean, the first time doing it, yeah, the first time doing it, you don't know that, right? And so, yeah, there's very good reason to be nervous because you can run out of lives there. There's no way to get extra credits when you're that far. So yeah. If you decide to pick it back up, to polish your playthrough or to do like one of those hour challenges that you do sometimes, you really ought to consider going ahead and turning it up to professional difficulty because it's really not that much harder. And it feels good to show off a little bit. I still haven't gotten out of the first tower to the first checkpoint. It's a statistical anomaly that's... can't pronounce that word. I don't even know what that sentence means. I need my thesaurus to divine the meanings of those $20 words. I appreciate your vote. I appreciate your vote of confidence, EpiPen. I appreciate your vote of confidence for our playthrough. I don't remember what character I'm up to using here. I don't pay enough attention to who I'm playing as, and then I never know who I'm supposed to select to keep rotating. The red demon before the boss was the single most annoying part of the level. It impacted the last level more than anything. The red devils are never super fun to fight. The one on the last stage, though, the one that you're talking about, there are ways that you can learn to manage him. If you play it a bunch, he becomes manageable in time. Because, like, even if you've lost a life and are starting the stage again with the bracelet, like, you can get the gold armor. Excuse me. You can get the gold armor before you even wake him up. And it's pretty easy to take him out then, because you hit him once to wake him up, and then if you just wait until he challenges you to hit him the second time, you'll wipe him out with 2 shots, and he's not that bad. But until you know and have a feel for how to do it, he's a living nightmare. I always drive so terribly on this level. It doesn't matter. All bad driving does is cost you coins, which have lost their meaning for me long ago.
Yeah, you did it.
I drive really bad on this level.
Have to reach the dreamboat on foot.
It means your chances aren't 0, they're just so close that they aren't practical or realistic. I mean, EpiPen, that's what I thought. That's what I thought when I was playing the new Babe Plus DLC of Jump King, but I beat that one, so... From asymptote, it's a math term for something that approaches but never touches. Yeah, I couldn't told you the meaning of that one. I might have known that at one time. I used to be good at math, but that was like 2 decades ago. I know you mentioned one strat that I could sort of deal with, but it was hit and miss. I was kind of inconsistent getting the first shot when he's first waking up. My next my next dream goal for Super Ghouls and Ghosts, like we haven't played that on the stream in a while because I haven't like set a new challenge for myself with it. I guess I've never done a damageless run of Super Ghouls and Ghosts. I've beaten it deathless 3 times, but I've taken damage on all 3 of those runs. So I've never done a damageless run. That would be one to do. But what I like hypothetically, but what I really want to do is to do an all treasure chest run and to do it deathless. And I think that's actually way harder than a damageless run because to beat the game deathless when you're saddled with bogus weapons for 90% of the playthrough is really tough. I've done a few practice runs where I've just, where I've just run through trying to get all the treasure chests. And of course I died 1,000 times on all of my practice runs. But like just getting a feel for it and like getting a place to start with a practice for that kind of playthrough is really tough. It's hard to commit to the time that kind of challenge requires though, because it's such a massive commitment, and like I want to play other games and do other challenges for other games. And I think to do that one is just it's maybe unreasonably difficult. I get it. That's why I've been hesitant to go too deep with Super Metroid. The time commitment is huge. Yeah. I really like doing challenges, and I really like doing challenge runs of, like really tough games, but they they take a like they take a lot. They take a lot of my time up. It's fun though. It's fun to get to know. It's fun to get to know a game really well. Of course, then there are some games like this. There's some games like this where you're kind of forced to get to know the game really well just to clear it once. 5 loops. Who decided that this game had to be 5 loops long? That seems like a pretty big ask for their target audience. I mean, you've got to really like Strawberry Shortcake to want to play through this game 5 times. You know, either that or be Frownie. Yeah, I was about to say, either that or you'd have a very specific set of character flaws that that equate to being me. This character is named Angel Cake, and I assume that that's the same as an angel food cake, but I don't know. Is there a separate type of cake called an angel cake? I'm not well versed in my pastries and sweets. I always assumed it was angel food cake. That's my thought. But also, I don't know why her plant is lollipops. I mean, I guess an angel food cake doesn't have like a specific fruit that's necessarily associated with it. I've always had angel food cake with strawberries. So like I assume that, like, for me those go together. But I know that, like, if I think of angel food cake, when I picture it in my mind, it always has strawberries on it. But assume that's not universal. I can't say I've ever seen it without strawberries. Oh. Well, hang on. My assumption might be wrong. If we're talking angel food, have you heard of the apex of Australian cuisine, fairy bread? I've heard that term, Tuesday, but I don't recall the specifically what it is. Maybe the angel food is lollipops. Cal says I've seen it but never consumed it. Excuse me. I think fairy bread has come up in the chat before. I think it's been explained to me previously, and I've just forgotten the details because my mind has all the retention of a dry erase board. Fairy bread is when you get a slice of bread, butter it, and absolutely smother it in hundreds and thousands. Which is Australian for sprinkles. I assume, yeah, I thought that must be sprinkles. I was gonna point out, I think hundreds and thousands is an Australianism too. But yeah, I figured that out just from the context, and also when your description, I could picture it in my head. If you leave the ink on dry erase boards too long, sometimes it doesn't come off too easy. Therefore, your memory might just be very good. We have another raid. Dollar Phil, thank you for the raid. Great to have you here. Tell us all about how Mega Man 5 finished up. Our friend Dollar Phil has a very fantastic, chill retro stream. He's a fan of hard games and he's juggling a couple different marathons simultaneously. One of which is Mega Man. He's doing all the original series Mega Man games 1 through 11. And is up to number 5 currently. He's also been working on Star Soldier on the NES, and I recently got to enjoy watching him make a few attempts at Zombies Ate My Neighbors on the Super NES. I imagine there's a solid dozen Australianisms that can't be explained except by using other Australianisms. Oh. They're fantastic, though. I realized the password wouldn't save my E-Tank, so I cut it short and tried Star Soldier a bit. Nothing new there, I'm afraid. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about the passwords not saving your E-Tanks. And my condolences for Star Soldier. It's such a brutal game. I haven't even played it. I've just experienced the second-hand agony. And that's enough. Wanted to save a few levels to maybe farm a bit. Star Soldier's a nightmare. Oh, I wanted to tell you, Dollar Phil. I didn't want to mention it in your stream because I didn't mention it in your chat because I didn't want to seem like I was trying to advertise my stream in your chat or something like that. But I'm gonna try and play Friday the 13th next week. On Friday next week, we're gonna try Friday the 13th for the first time. on the Friday night stream. So I know you're such a big fan of that game. I wanted to let you know. I wanted to let you know that I've got that one coming up at the end of next week. I know I'm not going to do it in one night though, so if you can't make the first night, I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunities. Because I know that game's reputation for being difficult and confusing, so I don't expect to be automatically good at it. I tried that last October. It's something, Nato says. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about it, but I'm gonna try and beat it blind. And I know it's gonna be a several night affair, but we're gonna start it at the end of next week. We're doing Halloween. We're celebrating Halloween in May next week. We're gonna play, for most of the week, we're gonna play Addams Family games, and then at the very last day, I'm gonna play Friday the 13th. And then I'll just carry it. I'll just carry it over in rotation, where we'll do it every so often. After that, maybe we'll do it every Friday. We'll see. Until I can beat it. A lot of people hate that game, but I've always loved it myself. I have quite a few. Well, I can't say I have quite a few that people hate that I've always loved necessarily. Castlevania 64. Castlevania 64 I've liked from the start. And people hate that game. But we hit 10,000. 10,000 meaningless coins. Let's go. But I do love a lot of games that people hate. I love Bubsy 3D and everyone hates that game. Bubsy 3D is a pretty terrible game, but it's kind of just the right amount of terrible that I really love it. I had a really fun time with it, and so, you know, I can't, it gave me so much joy, I can't hate it. I have to love it, it gave me so much joy. The music in this game is at least pretty relaxing, kind of like Nato says. I think the music in this game is generally pretty good. It does get like you hear it so much that like it kind of wears on you for having to hear it over and over again for so long. But just like taken as it is, it's actually mostly pretty good. If the levels were shorter, the music would be better. Because you wouldn't get tired of it. I need to try Bubsy sometime, Dollarfield says. Oh, Bubsy is bad, just so you know. Bubsy 1 is awful. Bubsy 2 is a little better, just because, like, it's less painful. And Bubsy 3D is notoriously trash, and it is a terrible game, but I loved my playthrough of it, so your mileage may vary. Godspeed, Waz says. Alright, last stage. We're on the last stage of Loop 4. We complete this loop, we only have to do the whole game one more time. Thank you for the palms, Scals. All we're gonna do is finish up this loop tonight, though. We're not gonna do Loop 5 tonight. We're gonna do Loop 5 another time. Probably next month. I'm still missing something back in the other direction. Yeah. This is the last level, but it is also a really long level. And it's even longer if you get soft locked on it.
This is wonderful! Thank you! I have something for you, too!
But I know that can happen now. I know a soft lock is possible, so I'm a little bit armed against it. I know now to be extra careful when I'm in that area. I also know the camera can break in some really spectacular ways, because the last time we were on this stage, we also broke the camera. And I couldn't see anything I was doing. Like, this level is a side-scrolling level for the most part, but I somehow got the camera broken to where it was turned, like 90 degrees, to where it was, instead of being side-scrolling, the character was running directly at the camera. And it was impossible to see where I was in relation to any of the obstacles. There are parts where the camera is supposed to turn like that for like a brief moment or two, but it got stuck like that for the whole section of the stage that we were on. I see. I think when you beat this game for the 5th time, my prediction is you get a special my prediction is at the end of the credits, you get a special message from the developers. When you beat this game for the 5th time, there's a special message from the developers that says, "What's wrong with you?" Though we put those extra loops in as a joke. We didn't think anyone would actually do them. The game automatically calls a paramedic to do a wellness check. You're obviously not okay. Oh. I feel not okay. Hey, we have another raid coming in. Angelus, thank you for the raid, my friend. Have a huge raiding party tonight. Right on.
Great, thank you.
We have room for raiding parties of all sizes. Very grateful to have anyone who would join us, and always happy to see a friend, Angelus. Thank you for coming in. What was your stream? More Doom 2. The pirate mod? Pirate Doom 2? Finished it off tonight. Right on. Well, welcome in, Raiders. We're playing Strawberry Shortcake on the PlayStation 2. This is a bizarre story with this game because I played this game in January. It was actually the first game I played this year. Was Strawberry Shortcake, and we played it, and it's about a 4.5 hour long game. Between 4 and 5 hours. We played it one night, we beat it. I got to the credits, and just when I thought I was done, I noticed that the game has a loop system to where you can play additional loops with increased difficulty. And it actually has 5 levels of difficulty. So to properly complete the game, you have to loop 5 times. And we're now at the end of loop 4. So we're gonna see it all the way through. We probably won't finish the 5th loop tonight. And I had actually intended just to wrap the stream up with the end of this level, which will mark the end of loop 4, but since we've just had some people join us, we'll hang in a bit longer. We'll start loop 5 tonight. I'm not gonna commit to finishing it, but I'm gonna start it. And that doesn't mean less for us to do down the line. It's Monkey Island Cross Doom. Do you shout insults at everyone? Hey, Laser, welcome in. Hello, bearded friend. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Strawberry Shortcake.
This is wonderful. Thank you. I have something for you too.
I like strawberries, Laser says. Strawberries are pretty great. I think my favorite berry is the raspberry. But I'm not gonna say no when you offer me a strawberry either. I mean, they're all pretty great. Right? Blackberries, blueberries. Strawberries aren't real berries. Yeah. I've heard that before too. They're berries enough for me, though. The way these two clouds interact, or more precisely, the way these two clouds don't interact, is a cause for is okay. That was giving me some pain. Part of the reason these playthroughs take so long, by the way, is that I play very slowly. I'm still going out of my way to pick up all the coins that I see. Even though coins are meaningless this late into the game, I'm not rushing through things. Let's run. When I see this game, I feel like a child again and want to see Teletubbies, Laser says. We were doing a little bit of reminiscing about children's shows earlier in the stream tonight too. Teletubbies is one I missed out on. I think I'm a little too old for that one, but it didn't come about until I was no longer within the audience age range for it. I've never seen an episode of Teletubbies in my life, Nato says. I've missed out on it too. I don't know if any of you should. Oh, I need some more magic. They have TVs in their stomachs and have a smiling baby son. So I know, I know enough to know, like, I recognize the Teletubbies when I see them. Like, I can recognize the characters, but, I've never seen an episode of the show in motion. There's nothing creepy about that, is there? Kind of makes me think of Krang. That's my go-to cultural reference for having a box of any kind in your stomach. Do you know Tubby Custard or Tubby Toast? I do not. You really missed something. Nunu the vacuum? Were you a Teletubbies kid, Cows? Some of the kids I babysat were. So I have a younger sister who's about 6 years younger than me. So I saw a lot of Barney and Blue's Clues. Even though I'm too old to have enjoyed them as part of my childhood. I sat through a fair amount of those. Barney, he loves me, but I don't love him. Barney is fun, Laser says. But Sesame Street was pretty much like my number one like educational kids show. And but non-educational was definitely Fraggle Rock. Oh yeah, yeah. I watched. I didn't see as much Mister Rogers, but I definitely watched it. I liked when he would do segments that show you how something was made, show you like factory footage of like crayons being produced or something like that. And Reading Rainbow. Yeah, I know I watched Reading Rainbow, but I don't remember that one very well. I don't think I saw it but very often. That was awesome, Angela says. I think Bob the Builder was educational. There's a bit I always think of when I think of Sesame Street. There's a bit where there's a guy, he's singing the song "You Really Got a Hold on Me," but in the Sesame Street version, he's singing about a literal letter U, and as he sings, he's being constantly harassed by a giant orange letter U with eyes that's flying around and keeps wrapping itself around him while he tries to sing, and he can't get rid of it. And that that bit is what I always think of when I think of Sesame Street. This episode is brought to you by the letter U. And there was another thing that they would do where it was the simplest thing, where whatever the number of the day was, they would show a series of photographs, I guess of New York City. But they would just be still photos that took up the whole screen, just still images. But then, like, from somewhere in the image, like there'd be like a park bench, like a number one would rise out and then sink back into the park bench, and then like maybe there's a trash can, and a number two would rise up and sink out of the trash can and sink back down, and then like maybe a three would appear somewhere. But every like 3 or 4 numbers, the scene would change to a different picture. And I always wanted the number of the day to be a high number, because when they did that segment, you would get to see more photos of the city. If it was a low number, like it would end at like 3, you'd only get to see one photo. It was always a disappointment. I always wanted the number to be really high so you get to, so that the segment would go on for longer and longer. It's not even an interesting segment, but I got really invested in it every time. Anyone knows Ren and Stimpy? I know of Ren and Stimpy. I never really liked to watch it. That show was always a bit gross for my taste. It made me uncomfortable. When I think of Ren and Stimpy, I think of like extreme close-ups of like nose hairs and bloodshot eyes, and I don't want to watch it. Those kind of like gross out cartoons were never really my thing. Lots of extreme close-ups. The close-ups are used in SpongeBob again. I never got into SpongeBob either, but I know that some of my regular chat attendees, we've had fans of SpongeBob in the chat before. Because I may or may not have irritated them with my not being a fan of SpongeBob. I was definitely raised in the SpongeBob era, Cal says. How about Drake and Josh? Not at all. I don't even know what that is. I think I only know crazy TV shows. That's alright, Laser. The only television show I've watched in the past, like, 2 years is old episodes of Columbo on Amazon Prime, so nobody ever knows what I'm talking about. I got 2 seasons. I got 2 seasons of the show today at the thrift store too. I found season 4 and season 5 of Columbo on DVD and added those to my collection immediately. No, I have no idea what that is, Laser. Tom and the slice of bread with strawberry jam and honey. That's a very long title. I never knew about Afraid of the Dark, but after watching a few episodes on YouTube, I definitely would have enjoyed it. I think it came on cable, so that's probably why I missed it back in the 90s. Didn't have cable yet. I didn't have a lot of access to like cable or satellite TV when I was a kid either. So a lot of those like Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network shows that people grew up with, like a lot of them, like I recognized the titles and I may have seen like 2 episodes, but I missed out on almost all of that kind of stuff. Sounds like it does what it says on the box. I'm not actually subscribed to Netflix. I don't use any of the streaming stuff except Amazon and I guess I have Tubi too because that's free. I don't use it that often, but I have in the past. It's basically Goosebumps, but not based off the book series. Oh, I think I know the one you're talking about, Angelus. I never watched it, but I think I know. I'm sure I've heard of it. My magic's too low. Oh my goodness. I can't make it past. I keep running into everything. It's on YouTube too. All right. Well, I appreciate the recommendation. I don't know. I can't promise to check it out. Alright, let's go. That's the last key. Loop 4 is complete. Maybe don't jump just immediately into a pool of spikes. No problem. Have fun, everyone. Hey, thank you, Laser. All right, loop 4 complete. We've only got one more loop to do.
Raspberry torte! Strawberry shortcake! I'm so happy to see you. I bought a very nice gift for you. Ooh, thank you.
Thank you for the trophies, cows.
I sure will. Good night, strawberry shortcake. Whew! At last it's bedtime. Tomorrow is another day.
Yes, I want to save. All right. Her hat kind of makes me think of strawberry cheesecake, and now I want some cheesecake. Who knew that 100%ing a shortcake could take such a long time, Zergling says. Yeah, this has been painful. It takes forever. It takes forever to get through this. I like the theme song though. All right, my friends. I think we will. I went back and forth a little bit. I was thinking about starting up Loop 5, but I think we won't. I think we'll just cut off here. Make a nice clean break, and so when we come back to it, we can just do a full playthrough start to finish for Loop 5. So I think we will wrap the stream up here and then finish this up another time. You don't want to lose sleep and ruin tomorrow to finish Strawberry Shortcake? When you put it that way, Zergling, it's very tempting. Oh. No, I think we'll wrap it up. For tonight. It was great to have you here, my friends. We've had a very productive night. I've had a good time tonight. This game frustrated me. This game got really annoying sometimes. Shockingly so on a few occasions, but wish you lots of fun and jank while I'm away. We're gonna miss you, cows. I hope you travel safely. Thanks for the great stream as always. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you, Nado. Thank you, Angelus. Thank you again for the raid. Very much appreciated, Angelus. We've got some good choices. I'm not sure where to go. Let's see. When I hit the raid button on the desktop, it pulls up that like window that, shows you a whole bunch of streams you can choose to raid. It's wrong. It shows me streams that aren't actually live. It's useless. Alright, I'm going to send this to Yaden, my friends. Yaden's got an excellent retro stream. Also, if you're a fan of retro games or if you're a fan of professional wrestling, Yaden is experienced in both. But he's doing, looks like he's gonna try and go through Mario All-Stars tonight. And he's on either the first game, or he's either doing SMB1 or Lost Levels. I can't tell it. Actually, it looks like SMB1. I think I recognize the level he's on. We can go over and keep him company and cheer him on. But one last time, thank you very much, my friends. Be well until I get to see you again. Hopefully that will be very soon. For tonight, we're all out of stuff to do for tonight. It's time to head out. Let's go on an adventure.